Hello Verins, hello Melvin Mafia. Can you hear me? Is the mic okay? And hello Ramon. We are just waiting downtime and then we get started. And hello Draxent. Let's see if there was a patch today. No, there aren't any patch notes. So that means no patch today. So we're just gonna wait until the server is back up. So today we are going to do some Firestorm Abyssals in 2 Retribution and a Deacon. And hello Valia Nova. So just open the client, server is still down. And Combi Beer redeemed the free 25 million ISK raffle. So let's set that up. It is up now, exclamation mark raffle. We're gonna draw after the first site, 325 million ISK. Server still down. Come on, give those hams their proving ground filaments, can't be so hard. Like yesterday they weren't really happy with the proving ground filaments they got because the downtime was so abnormally long. Server is still down. There are also no patch notes. And I wonder if those hamsters have gotten their arena filaments by now. Server is still down. Come on, where are the filaments for the hamsters? Hello, Sly Cooper. Yeah, we are waiting until the server is up and then we can get started. Still down. And hello, Atza. Green on website. It's still. Ah, now it installs a patch. And hello, victim. And hello, Arleon. Yeah, I'm doing well. So I installed the patch, it is still down. But you say it is green on website. No, it says service under maintenance. Hello, Amarashi. Yeah, it says it's the service on the maintenance, so the regular downtime actually. And thank you for following Hamsquatch. Yeah, the server is not up as it seems. Hello, Galsi Neve. There was clearly a patch. But no patch notes as well. And thank you for following Magia Belga. So let's also quickly look at the Eve category. Well, currently there is no one logged in, which means server is down. And thanks Sly Cooper for the follow. We will draw when the server is up and I completed the first site. Come on, Fenris, give those poor little server hamsters their proving ground filaments. And hello Pokemon Take, and hello Tandligor. Yeah, we are just in the downtime waiting room until the hamsters got their proving ground filaments. And hello Strom Jedi. And hello Grakna. And thank you for the Prime subs, Sly Cooper. Now I can log in. Server is up, server green, server green. Let's log in. Server is green. Finally. Then let's switch to the main scene. Yes, a voice today. I just got on in a leisure crew with Nurgle, Retribution Deacon. Was it in a T5 or T6? Let's first launch the other characters. Then we are going to open the EVO preview. This took too much time. Yeah, with the Leshaks you have to pay a little bit attention how you are piloting. It's like try to keep them together and focus the tanglings first, because they like to come close, and also if there are rogue drone frigates and they happen to come close, do not kill them, because that means that the striking and renewing also follow those frigates. So, first have to form fleet with the alts. Let's do that and this. Then we have to set up watch list. This. Then we need a filament to run. So I have enough ammunition, that's good. Yeah, because those are often difficult, because if there are tanglings they slow you down and then you do not really get close to the starwings. Then starwings actually newt very far out, so you have to just practice them. Anyway, so there we have ammo on that character as well. So this means we are just going to take some drugs and get started. There I take those. That's my third run. Yeah, they are in Firestorm, and thank you for following Doru Bogdan. But in other weathers they aren't that much of an issue, honestly. They are just annoying in Firestorm, because first of all they pull a lot of range, and if there are newts, they newt very far out. Yeah, and speed clouds are annoying in that room. Anyway, let's start with the first site. Let's jump in. And we get some sleepers and Defialtes. So in that room we just gonna kill the Dissipators and Fire Watchers, and then after that they're gonna split up the DPS. Newts always have to go first. Let's start with those Dissipators, let's lock them up. They are already getting close, so we're gonna load multi-frequency. They want to approach the can. First newt is down. They go down really quickly. And after that, the DPS focus on the other cruisers and the tank will focus on the frigates to clear this room more efficient. I run dual beam today. Yeah, and dogs, they aren't that much of a problem. Yeah, that can help. Actually, rolling small batteries isn't too expensive actually, and it's actually worth to roll them for a newt resistance. Yeah, like every weather has a different room that is easier and then another one that is harder. Like in Firestorms, the Wetmec room is difficult, and in Dark, the Angel is problematic. Yeah, Nurgle has dual battery, so the newts aren't that much of a problem. And hello Takeshi. So as we are almost done with that room, I'm gonna already turn off the reactive hardener that I can reset it later, because I don't need it to tank those few rats that are left here. Back on. Actually, sometimes I just turn off the AB so that I don't get out of range of the rats. Let's check the loot. Actually, a nice 150 start today. Let's go to the second room. And we get drones. So is there a tower? Nope. So this means we just gonna pull range. Reps. Then just blab them one after the other. And hello Scat. Maybe can get closer to that tracking tower so that we hit them a little bit easier. I didn't really realize that loot has been changed in the last month or so. Could maybe have to do something with the value of the loot changing perhaps, but I'm not aware that I'm getting less. Okay. Yeah, maybe we need to also have a look at the market, because if the drop rate of them gets reduced, then the price of them should actually go up. Actually, for me, I haven't noticed anything much different. And also, yesterday I was running some T5 exotics in the poverty line and got like in 4 runs 2 unstable web muter plasmids. I'm not aware of any change. Yeah, but maybe we see towards the end of the stream. Yeah, big cans can always happen. Hey Gustav and chat, what's up? We are running T5 Firestorms into Retribution and Deacon. And we get an overmind. We have to pay a little bit attention that it doesn't go into that blue cloud over there. Because that would be hell of annoying. First we have to get rid of those webs immediately, because they are very dangerous. Oh nice, and the overmind is moving away from the blue cloud. That's a good sign. Shouldn't actually go in that other blue cloud. This above him. Let's kill those plate forges. Is that short range? Yes. We actually have to just push it into the edge so that it... Because on the overmind you cannot really get a stable orbit around it. Should open an abyss, cool. I haven't thought of that. And hello taxis. I'm actually 50 million frigates or cruisers in T5. Because if it's cruisers, then it isn't that okay. If it's 50 million in triple frig, actually then it's quite low. If it was cruiser, then it's probably the lower normal area, but I think they happened actually before already. Only fly frigs. And what weather you do? Is it also firestorm or not a weather? Electrical fire dogs. As said, I'm not aware of any change in the loot in the Abyss. Planning on Gamma next. Mine is almost down, so it is start moving towards the gate. And hello Griffin. Want to finish Double Hawk Skybreak to Blitz T6 Dark. First Abyss we made 240 million. Also when we are docked we're gonna close that raffle of 325 million. So exclamation mark raffle if you haven't entered already. Yeah, you actually need shield extenders to survive wrecking shot. And hello Jules. Like you need 9k EHP to tank Karen wrecking shot in T6. And about 8.7k on kinetic and thermal to tank an overmind wrecking shot. So let's drop off the loot and then we are going to close that raffle. Just redeemed at the beginning of the stream. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raffle closed. Good luck everyone. And Combi Bear won. Congratulations. Actually the one who redeemed it won it. Let's pick up some new filaments, and we do not need new ammo, so we can just go straight to the next site. Yes, you can link the fits in my Discord. Let's start with the second site. devoted knights. So there are Swan Herald. Yeah, and then we can go straight for the knights. Gonna kill that Herald. For the knights. I'm skilling the Stormbringer to DT6. Good luck. Why does it not reload? Deep save can help, and what you can also do is if there was an incursion recently, you can actually bookmark the locations that people that the sites were, because they're usually out of D-scan range depending on the system. Yellow Neutronia. Also, what you also have to keep in mind with the Stormbringer is that the prices for them are actually heavily on the rise. Like the Stormbringer hull is currently alone just 700 million or something. Yeah, actually I have some cheaper feeds, like those that are made on my YouTube aren't actually super blingy ones. Yeah, but that said, currently they are getting much more expensive at the moment. It has to do because in the Catalyst major update they fixed a bug that made those Hospodar rats at Wormhole spawn infinitely, and then they fixed it. Actually, if you have like a good alliance with a staging fleet ready, then nullsec can also be an option. Does some alliance actually require you to participate in some activities, like goons do that? Yeah, sometimes I do streams where I use the mic and we get an angel room, but not the too hard one. Elite Cinnaball first. We're gonna kill those two Elite Cinnaballs and then the Ixians. Actually, that problem with the crystals not properly unloading is actually there for a few years. I've actually had it since the first time I run frigates in the Abyss, that you couldn't swap out crystals for whatever reason. Type exclamation mark website and there you should be able to find the fittings, actually a couple 100 million. Yeah, birthday luck today it seems. Congratulations, happy birthday. It's actually quite annoying with the crystals. Last room. And we get the Karen with a lot of webs and newts. Do we fly? Let's do this. In that case I'm gonna kill the webs first, because they will slow you down and then will make Karen hit you easier. Webs are down. Now let's kill those newts. Actually, if they are further than like 12 kilometers away, they won't do anything really. I have to go to X-ray to kill them, because they are slowly falling back behind me. Dangerous is gone. Let's get a close orbit around Karen. Let's load Gleam. Because Gleam does a bit more thermal damage, and Firestorm actually gets a bonus to thermal damage. Karen is down. Let's move back to gate. To the loot. And Aimless redeemed the Master at Arms Cerebral Acceleration giveaway. I'm gonna start that after the side. Depends actually. At the begin I would actually fly with an angle to them so that they don't hit you, but once you killed some of them you can use keep at range. But initially I would fly at an angle towards them. And in this run we made 177 million. I set up the raffle when I'm docked. So the giveaway for the Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator is up now. We're gonna draw after the next site. Exclamation mark raffle. Start the run with Sancha, just like the last run started with Sancha as well. Actually there we have some more heralds and a lot of RR freaks. In this case we kill the freaks first and then the cruiser. These priests actually do a lot of remote repair. That's why we kill them first. I have 2 monitors and a laptop where I monitor the Twitch chat. That's how I run it. The knights are in range. My Discord, you should actually find a picture of the setup in the stream background channel, if I'm not mistaken. Nice 110 million ISK can. Second room we get Marshall and we start in a speed cloud. Let's get out of that very quickly, because that goes straight into a blue cloud and you do not want to be inside a blue cloud in this room. We first have to kill that arrestor. Kill the drainer and the marker. Actually kill anything that makes the bigger stuff able to hit easier. That's what has to go first. Now let's kill that marker. There's also Skybreaker there. And actually the watcher and turret of that Skybreaker actually can make it easier to kill the rats quicker, because it is just some bonus DPS that is around. So we're gonna kill it last and first focus those cruisers, because as you see it is slowly taking damage from the Skybreaker. And thank you for following, Silent. Welcome to the Abyssal and Proving Ground requesting Masterclass. Now that the force is about to go down. Let's kill the Skybreaker, should melt very quickly. And now we focus on that battleship. Approach the gate and turn off the reactive, because the arrestor does explosive damage and the Retribution has natural high explosive resistance. I should just die before we go into the blue cloud. 4 million. We go to the last room. Actually, in frigates I just ignore them because they do not contain any extra loot. Ooh, and that is quite a difficult room with so many starving damaviks. We have to kill them very quickly. Let's Lord Glee, because they like to come very close. We should be able to take one of them out before they start newting. Then that starving Vedmek has to go. Actually, Vedmeks are the most difficult room you can get. And thank you for following, Massbowser. Yes, they should bring it back. Although, as I heard, FCB said on Down Under that they want to bring it back actually. Eve Down Under. There's someone dropping that message during the final stream of the summer event, telling that they want to bring it back. Taking a lot of damage. Let's turn on that second rep. Around 930 or something on both Retributions together. Now they switch to the Otto Retribution. Actually, in the Vedmek room I just sit still because the orbit actually creates more than enough transversal that they will just out-track themselves. Now it is coming close, so we can switch to multi-frequency. We already start approaching the cache, because tanking a single Vedmek isn't that much of a problem. Now we're gonna pop that Damavik. Actually, FC should also buff the cargo hold of the Retribution, because there's always so much material that I cannot bring with me. And we made 232 million from this run. Yes, it is.
Andockerlaubnis erbeten. Andockerlaubnis erteilt.
We have less than 20 minutes on rocks left. This means we have to take some in the abyss so that I can take them when I need them or when they run out. And hello Enkillbot. Oh, and I forgot to draw the ref. Oh, anyway, let's close it after the next site. So if you haven't entered, you still can. It's for a Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator. Exclamation mark raffle. And we got drones and Rodivas. There aren't a lot of DPS drones, so we're gonna go straight for the Rodivas. Ignore everything else for now. Here I turn the AB off so that the reds don't fall back too much. It's exclamation mark IGN, not ZIGN, just exclamation mark IGN, and then you type your character name to register it. That's how you do that. Yes, exactly like that. Now it's registered. Also nice to know, it is now registered for any stream that uses the Eve to Twitch bot. For example, also on the FC channel and so on. It is actually very useful when I do giveaways, and that I can just directly send you the prizes without having to wait until you reply. Actually, it should be stable with the remote repair turned off, actually, because you do not perma-run the remote repair on the Deacon, only when, I mean on the Retribution. You only run it when the Deacon takes damage, otherwise it just is offline. Like when the Deacon gets shot, you first run the remote repair on the tank Retribution. And if that's not enough, then you also use the DPS Retribution to repair the Deacon. But most of the times it should actually be enough to just run one repair on the Deacon. The second is more for like emergency case, like if there are like 3 or 4 Vedmech shooting the Deacon. This is actually quite an annoying room with that much sensor dampening and tracking disrupting. But now they are slowly switching towards the other Retribution, so I can start hitting them with the tank Retribution now. Also start getting into range for closer ammunition, so we're gonna use that now. Then we go for multi-frequency and go for the knights. Should actually just break through their remote repairs. But only the frigates do damage, because the knight doesn't have a lot of tracking, so we should just easily get under the guns of it. Then let's get towards the gate and the loot. Also turn the AB back on. Turn for remote repairs. Should probably load Aurora. And also important, if you run a reactive one, always reset it before going to the next room. Very important. Always reset your reactive, because then it switches quicker to the damage type of the rats in the next room. Very important. And also make sure that everything approaches the gate individually, so you avoid that anything drifts out of the jump range of the gate. So there is no delay for the other ships to get into the next room. That's actually not a nice room. So we're gonna pull rage and gonna kill those 2 ghosting dynamics first. And there's a speed cloud as well in that room. So they're right on top of us immediately. Come on, go down. So first one is dead. Let's kill the second one. starving them a Vix. Yes, there are dogs you have to really pay attention, or if there is also speed cloud at the gate. So first starving down. Switch to the DPS red, so let's turn the second rep on that Retribution to keep it alive. They orbit so fast that they miss like 3/4 of their shots actually. They're only really gonna hit if they get stuck in a structure or something. Yeah, dogs, they aren't as dangerous. Like in minus 50% is even so that the starving Vetmax actually orbit outside their turret range, meaning that they will never shoot you if you just sit in one place. Best ship in the game is the Vetmax. Is that so? Probably depends for what purpose. So, and this time we're really gonna draw that raffle when I'm docked. Let's try not to forget it again this time. Some chunk to get to drop that Skinner's stuff to loot, and we made 166 million. Yes, it is. Sometimes I even have to jettison some loot to get cargo back. So, absolutely last chance to enter raffle, exclamation mark raffle. We will draw once docked. Prize is a master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator. It's actually not that hard to make skins. So, closing the raffle. And HM Clelan won. Congratulations. You're getting a nice master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator. So contract is up. There should actually, if you whisper someone, you should actually see on the bottom right next to the chat some blue bar with the name whoever whispered you. Actually, if you do it on Twitch. Start with Villa Vedmax. So is there a suppressor? Nope. Actually in the Villa Vedmax I usually just kill the Demavix first and then the Vedmax, because in that room the main DPS source are their drones that they send after you. We're just gonna kill the Demavix. Okay, Kesuna redeemed the random skin raffle. Just gonna quickly set that up. This up exclamation mark raffle. We draw after the site. It's going to be very likely one of those new Shattered Paradigm skins. I have one of them on my Deacon or Shattered Paradigm skin. It will be one of those that you get, most likely the Skybreaker one. Actually a big connected room. We get Villa Vedmax again. This time there is a tower which we are going to use, because the thing will remove their drones and then they will do less damage. First we have to kill those tangling damavics so that we get to the tower quicker. You actually do not have to kill the drones to complete this room, but actually having a tower nearby that removes and will actually remove most of the DPS in that room. Always gonna look at that Vedmak that starts moving first after one night, because that one will always stay at 15 kilometers, but the other one will orbit widely around it, and so it will sometimes drift out of your turret optimal range. Against bigger cruisers, not really. Maybe against the Vagabond, but actually they have like a 65 or so turret tracking. Actually against cruisers they will hit you much better, because they have like 5 or even 6 times the signature radius of a frigate. They only out-track themselves against frigates, but not against cruiser. Nice second can is 140 million. It actually looks like a nice run. And we go to the last one. And we get Vedmax. Let's actually move back, because there are tracking towers nearby and you do not want to be close to them in this room. Because if you are close to a tracking tower, then they will actually start hitting you again. Which is why you do not want to be in a blue cloud or at a tracking tower in this room. Yeah, if we haven't entered yet, we close the raffle after the site. Yes, that is definitely a deadly room. Or even worse is if there's a blue cloud and a tracking tower. Yeah, then it is really bad. EHP. Yeah, mine has only 15k EHP. Do you actually also use amulet implants? Yeah, it shows 15k inside the site when I open the fitting window. Or about 11k outside. Oh, a lot of bling. Yeah, just have a rolled tungsten compact plate on the Deacon. Extra hard now. Also, we don't have the capacitor power relay in the low slots of the Deacon. I actually have an extra hard on the electrical Deacon because there you do not need that cap recharge module. Cargo is again full, nice. Can take most of that stuff already. Ooh, and we made 365 million ISK in that single site. Because we got a nice ballistic control system, plasmids and some expensive high tier filaments. I don't know how I do it, but I know that I don't do anything special. Just run it like every time else. Type exclamation mark website, there you should be able to find the fits. If they are not on the websites, then check my Discord. There's actually a website where I have all those fittings. So, but before we go into the next site, we gonna close that raffle. Good luck everyone. And Gragna PGC1, congratulations. You will be getting a Skybreaker Shattered Paradigm skin. Contract is up, check it. I have bought some of those Shattered Paradigm skins, which I will be using for those skin giveaways that you can redeem. So we don't have any broken crystals, so we can just move on to the next site. We had a crazy cannon T6 electric ones. Was there a capital mutaplasmid inside?
Active.
Yes, it's 2 beam Retribution and a Deacon that I'm running here. And we start with drones. So there is no suppressor here. So we have to just kill them one after the other. Firestorms are actually cheaper for the filament cost, but also harder because first of all the rats have more EHP, and second, newts are a much bigger issue in Firestorm than in electricals. In electricals you get that 50% cap recharge bonus, meaning that newts, especially the slow cycling ones from Wetmax and Leshex and so on, aren't a big problem. Firestorms actually, they are cheaper, but as said, they are also more difficult in exchange. Have also good days like Cooper. Let's go into the second room. And we get Karen with some newts and webs. We will be flying this way. Then you're gonna take down the web cruisers first. Let's kill number 2, because that one is already in range to use the web, but it just drifted outside. this one. There is no guaranteed death room for this setup. At least not in T5. But in T6 you will time out if you get 3 times the Deep Watcher room, because that one is eating up a lot of time and you maybe end up needing more than 6.5 minutes to clear the Deep Watcher. Triple Deep Watcher rooms in T6 is guaranteed death to timer, especially minus 50%. And there are IQs. Also, if you are new to multi-boxing Frigate Abyssals, start in T1 first to learn the basics of how to multi-box. I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel that teaches you the basics of multi-boxing Frigate Abyssals, so check that out. And on the website, if you type !website, there is also a beginner setup that you can use to learn multi-boxing Frigate Abyssals. Oh, okay, I started and then died after. Yeah, okay. Yeah, multi-boxing Frigate Abyssals means a lot of practice and learning. Karen is dead. Now let's kill these cruisers. Then we go into the last room. And we get sleeper frigates. There's a bunch of fire watchers that we have to kill first, and then shouldn't be too much of an issue. This room you can actually most of the time just hit approach on the cache and kill everything. Do not really have to kite. You can actually just face tank that room because they do not do that much of damage. Also, there is no raffle up at the moment. The skin raffle that just closed after the last site. The DPS Retribution is currently killing those pre-servers because they tend to go really far away after the last NPC died, and that makes them very annoying to chase them down. So a tip that I also can give you in this room is there are lucid pre-servers, kill them early on. Because later they will just kite away to the edge of the room and then it becomes a pain to chase them down. So in this run we made 193 million ISK. Hello Pseudonym.
Undock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Undock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
So are there any broken crystals? Nope, there aren't. Then we can just go to the next site. We start with Marshall. As another tip in that room, the battleships only have a range of around 70 kilometers. You can just pull range for them and then the battleships won't hit you. With that you can first focus those annoying frigates down before having to deal with the battleships. Can also be useful, especially if you run them in cruiser. Like here I can just kill the marker pacifiers first, the trainer and the attacker, to remove some target painting, webs and newt pressure before focusing on the battleships. But unfortunately the battleships were in a speed cloud, so in this case it didn't help that much actually. And this can actually be useful if there is a lot of battleships and they do a lot of damage, pull range from them, and if you're more than 70 kilometers away from them, then they won't hit you at all. just burn out into the abyss, those skybreakers. We just have those 2 marshals left that we have to kill. And the reactive is fully into explosive. Like now we are at like 94% explosive resistance. That one is dead. Can already also reset the reactive. The 45 million ISK can. We are ready for the second room. And we get Rodivos and drones. We just approach the cache. And as there are different DPS types on the field, which is not great for our reactive hardner, we're gonna kill those DPS drones first. This is also something you have to keep in mind. In the drone rooms, if there are different types like Blast, Ember or Strike, then you want to kill them down until there's just one DPS type left. Preferably those are the Blast lands because you have the highest resistance against their damage type. So now we have just the Blast lands and the Rodivas, which we are going to kill now. And that one is pulling range, which is not nice. But that one is going down any second. That one that's pulling range, so we just have to kill it with Gamma actually. Let's load Gamma on this character. Then actually approach the cache. Turn off the reactive hardner, because you do not need it to tank these 2 EVA drones. And hello Night Hunter. There is no raffle up right now. get drones again, and there is a suppressor that will actually help killing these drones quicker. Actually, that tower actually is going to kill all those EVA drones. Which basically I just have to pop these logistic drones and then should be alright. And now I do not have a video about that. But what I can tell you is, first of all, do not run near cheater or any auto-active system. Also avoid those Sisters of Eve level 4 missions hubs like Langisi and Apanake, as well as those FW home bases like Kentucky and so on. Then what you can also do is to have an Orca alt that is cloaked around 300 kilometers away from the trace. We had 149 million ISK, and if there are some gankers coming, I just uncloak it and warp it directly to your abyssal ship to scoop it up. Or you can also have like something like a very fast 500 MN side fleet issue, and that you can use to bump your abyssal ship away from the gankers, because they usually use close range ships like Squeezers and Catalysts, and if you bump your abyss ships like even 20 kilometers away, they won't be able to hit you. That's how you can deal with them.
Andock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Andock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
So we are going to do one more site, and then we are going to have a raffle here. Yes, that can also help the cycle AB trick, but the problem is if the gankers actually then approach you during the attack, and even if they just slightly bump you, then it won't work actually. Yes, sometimes it can work, especially if they use like long range stuff like oracles, tornadoes or taloses, but if they use destroyers, then that trick often doesn't really work, because destroyer can, with a sensor booster, will just insta-lock it, and even if he just bumps you very lightly, you won't be able to initiate warp. Get the Kikimora room. So there are less than 7 Kikimoras, meaning that we do not need 3 reps from the Deacon. Also in the Kikimora room, I often hear from people that they die because the Kikimoras apparently magically switched targets and whatnot. Wait until you hit the regroup command until all the Kikimoras have yellow boxed you. Before that, do not move the other ships. Make sure that they target you first before moving the other ships. I miss the old day when you just could go back in the abyss. What do you mean by that? Was it possible to go back in the abyss somehow? Okay, I'm not aware of that. I think that was actually never possible to re-enter Filament or whatever. Yeah, that you can already do nowadays, unless they anchor like an MTU or mobile depot at the exit. You can still do that as long as they do not drop a depot or a tractor unit or any other mobile structure. Yes, usually they just drop a depot at the exit so that you cannot use a new filament. I think that was already possible from day one when the Abyss came out, that you just drop a depot or an MTU and then you couldn't activate a new filament. Yes, pulling Concord is also a good trick, but you need as many Concord spawns as gang ships they bring. Like if they bring like 10 gang ships, then you need to pull 10 Concord spawns and so on. We just shot down the first gang ships, and if there are 9 more, they will just shoot you fine. And also this can be counted, like the gankers can just suicide some rookie ships elsewhere in the system to pull the Concord spawn away first, and then also gank you. And if Concord is already spawned elsewhere in the system, then it will take around 50% longer to spawn. Like in a 0.5 system it is around 20 seconds, and if Concord is spawned elsewhere in the system, then it can take up to 30 seconds. Yeah, Stabber or the Side Fleet issue is also a good ship for bumping. Actually, you also cloak the chip like 100k off the trace, and if there is something at the trace you don't want to have there, then you decloak it and bump. But what you could also do is to have like an alt in a smart bomb battleship cloaked, and then just smart bomb the gankers. That's also a trick to deal with them. Gankers usually do not go after frigates. They just focus on cruiser. Yeah, but you have it actually split on 3 frigates, and this can be annoying, especially for multi-boxers. So then you basically have to lock and shoot 3 different targets with like 6 to 8 alts. Yeah, throwaway Hawks, they probably do not go after them. They group. Yeah, you can actually do with other people. Oh damn, 6 Cinnaballs in a T5. You have 6 Cinnaballs in a T5. Actually, this room will probably just kill throwaway Hawks in seconds. Will give any Hawk fleet a bad time. Yeah, Bling Hawks could probably survive that, but the throwaway Hawks, they will probably die to this room. Yeah, Lockywall has some guides on those Hawks. I think back when he made those videos, these Hawks were like 200 million each or something. And we made 188 million in that run. Even survived 8 Cinnaballs.
Warp-Antrieb aktiv.
Actually, that is crazy, because I thought 8 Cinnaballs will just nuke every Hawk in seconds. But it must also be said that when Lockywell did those videos was like in 21 before the resistance modules got buffed. Corrupted showed a clip. So we are gonna... So Silent the Raffle is not up yet, I first have to start it. So it will be a normal ISK raffle. Let me check how many viewers we are. We are at 60, which means 140 million ISK. I will be AFK for around 10 to 15 minutes. It's actually a good time to check my recent Caracal Navy issue PvP video out if you haven't already, and all the other stuff. And also do not forget that partner skin raffle. I will be back in around 15 minutes or so.
Tune in to the cluster's #1 provider. The Scope, the Galactic News Network. Terraforming interstellar propulsion. Duval Labs is discovering tomorrow today.
So, I am back, and it is time to pick a winner, I would say. So, closing the raffle, good luck everyone. Wir sagt das war, congratulations. He has not an IGN, we're gonna wait 20 seconds, and if he doesn't reply we will pick another winner. And after that we're gonna start the Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator giveaway that was just redeemed. So, 15 seconds. It's not up yet. So he didn't reply, so we pick a new winner. Prank Pro. He has an IGN. So we get 140 million ISK. And we're just gonna set up the next raffle for the Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator. We're gonna draw after the next site. Do we have any broken crystal? Nope. Just take some drugs and go back into the abyss. Let's get back into the abyss. And we get drones. The suppressor. So there's the gate. It's over there. Just gonna move backwards and kill them. Actually, the suppress actually speeds it up a little bit. It's just a medium one which does less DPS than the small one. already reset the reactive hardener. We go to the next room. And we get 4 devoted knights. And a tracking tower, which is not nice. We do not want a tracking tower with 4 devoted knights. In that case, we just have to outrage them. Because they only have like 20 kilometers optimal, and outside that range you don't do that much DPS. Looks like they are also following that frigate. This means they should actually come very close, where they cannot hit me at all. So we just try to spiral inwards and also try to pull them away from that tracking tower. Second one is dead. Let's lower the multi-frequency. So they are getting very close and they are now not in range of that tracking tower anymore. Now they switched back to the Deacon. Let's turn off the remote repair to save some cap. Those frigates just melt very quickly. Check the loot, 60 million. Is also approaching the gate. So, last one. And we get Villa Vedmek. The draw happens after when we dock, we're gonna draw. Prize is a Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator that got redeemed. Vedmek switched to the DPS Retribution. So which one is moving? It's number 5 it seems. Just with that one Vedmek, it's already safe to approach the cache and then the gate. That's actually a nice scan. Cargo is actually full again. We can't take all that stuff. And we made 349 million ISK in that run. Also, last chance to enter that raffle for the Master at Arms Accelerator. Draw happens when I dock and drop the loot off.
Unlock-Erlaubnis erhalten. Unlock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
So the raffle closes. Good luck everyone. And Krishan won. Congratulations. you get your Master at Arms Cerebral Accelerator. That. And actually I get those Master at Arms Accelerator whenever someone uses my EVE referral link and then buys Plex on the EVE store. Then I get 4 of them that I can then use to give away. Also, so thank you for following, Suspect Cheater. Have to go, have a good day. So, we go to the next site. It's PvE today, but on the weekend we're gonna do PvP. On Saturday I'm gonna do some low-sec PvP and on Sunday all day long ESS PvP. In this case you're gonna kill those webs first, because you do not want to be webbed when you are this far away from the overmind. Let's also kill those 2 target paint frigates. Then you take on to those logistic drones. They will repair the overmind. Just try to push that overmind into the edge of the room. Actually, as I said in a video earlier, both of them have their individual advantages and disadvantages. Dual Retribution, for example, is a bit slower against the overmind and also the Deep Watcher, but it is much quicker in rooms with a lot of small stuff like drones, Damaviks, sleeper cruisers, etc. And it also doesn't have that much cap as the Nurgle. The Nurgle, however, kills the overmind quicker and the Deep Watcher and has more cap, but then you are slower in rooms with a lot of small stuff like Damaviks, sleeper drones, F-Altes, etc. Actually, both of them have their individual advantages and disadvantages. Yeah, range is another advantage that you get with the Retribution. Like with Aurora you hit like out to 47 kilometers and the Nurgle only gets like 21 or so with Mason. 21 kilometers range. Like you can kite dangerous waves much easier, like Sancha for example. Let's also make sure that that this one doesn't get stuck in that asteroid there. It's actually not a very good place to push it into the edge behind these asteroids. But it's going to explode anyway, so... not have to reset the reactive there, because none of the ships took any armor damage in this room. There is no raffle up at the moment. The real raffle is the friends we made along the way. We got sleeper cruiser. So in that room we can again just hit approach on the cache. That's all we mostly do in that room. Let's kill those drifter cruisers first, before they start repairing them. Oh, and there are actually 2 sentinels that also have to go first. Because they nuked. But yeah, in these rooms, just hit approach on the cache and that's all you do basically. And hello, Melksokat. We got the Fialtes. Just kill those 2 Newt Cruisers first, the Dissipators, and then the Drifter Cruiser. In this room we can also just hit the approach on the cache if there aren't too many Newts. Hello, Quauti. Side we made 172 million ISK. Site is completed as well.
Warp hunting active.
And hello, Leonidus.
Andock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Andock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
Let's drop the loot and pick a new filament.
See something strange? Is a neighbor acting unusually or making inexplicably large purchases? Contact the FIO and help keep our Federation safe.
Warp Antrieb aktiv.
Let's activate the filament and get inside. And we get drones. When they spawn right next to a suppressor. So you have a small one, a medium there, or small. Let's go to that one. Actually, these suppressors are very useful in those rooms. But at the same time, if you fly something like a Hulk, they can also be very annoying because then they will just kill your missiles. The short range especially. And if you're using drones, then they can also be a problem because they will also damage drones that you deploy. That was really quick this time. The suppressor did actually most of the work in this room. Reset it? Yes, we did. Don't forget to reset the reactive. Oh man, just glorified decayed blueprints. Second room. And we get Ephialtes. Again, just approach cache, regroup. That's an easy room. Let's start with the newts first. Lock one of them because of the sensor dampeners. And as you see, I turn my AB off so that I don't shoot past my optimal range in this room. It's also a useful strategy in rooms like this to just turn your AB off, and then they will stay within 10 kilometers within your range of your guns. Yeah, there is no raffle up at the moment. Just had one earlier that was redeemed. Yeah, I often see people here and also in some other streams just typing the raffle command all the time, anticipating that there is a raffle even though there isn't. Thanks a lot for the con, have a great stream and good luck with the room. Thanks my buddy, glad you liked the content. Is there a Tech 1 frigate? Yes, the Punisher is actually very good in T0 electrical. Actually, there is a website from Caldari Jones that has a lot of T0 frigates. I would take the Punisher. It's actually the most reliable one. However, you have to keep in mind, if you are a new player or have low skills, you need 90 DPS minimum, otherwise you won't be able to kill the Skybreaker. So this you have to keep in mind. Actually, a lot of guides on YouTube actually show T0 frigates and then they forget to tell this one important aspect. Then people die because they didn't have enough DPS to kill the Skybreaker. And we go to the last room. 4 wet mechs. Okay. Let's pull some range first. Then we're gonna go straight for those starving Demavics. I also do not want to be near the tracking tower. But now we have enough time to kill those Demavics before the Wetmech starts shooting. Let's also kill that ghosting Demavic so we can use Scammer the whole time on those Wetmechs. Yes, Retribution. So we're gonna turn on the second rep on it. Just watch those Wetmechs go. Wetmech is dead, now we just have 2 Demavics to go and then we're already done with that site. 4 million and just a Graphite Glory VPC. And in this run we made 255 million ISK.
Aktiv. Andockerlaubnis erbeten. Andockerlaubnis erteilt.
And as we are also under 20 minutes, we're gonna take drugs in the abyss, so that we do not run out of them. Every time I hear Eve in German, it feels wrong. No, I wouldn't say that the German in Eve is wrong actually. That's just because you can set it there. So, let's see what we get in the first room. We get Drone Battle Cruiser. Actually, what I do in this room, I draw aggro on the tank Retribution, then send in the DPS one close in, because only one of them is going to switch targets. And the DPS Retribution doesn't have an issue tanking one of them. So I just kite with the tank one and send the DPS one close in to make use of their behavior. So now that Retribution actually just keeps this one at range 10 kilometers while I kite with the tank one. And we see that strike one switched targets, but it is shooting the Deacon, meaning there's currently no threat at all. Because if you're further than like 15 kilometers away, they barely do any damage. But they still can get tracking shots to like 30 or even 40 kilometers. Like I did once where I was like 40k away and then one of them got a wrecking shot on me. They can still get lucky hits at very far range, but if you're more than like 25 kilometers away, they shouldn't be able to hit you at all. Now it is the blast grip that switched targets. This time it is shooting the auto Retribution, but the blast grip does explosive damage and the Retribution has natural high explosive resistance, so that shouldn't be an issue at all. Now tanking just 2 of them, that isn't a problem at all. So make use of their behavior, then you can save a lot of time in this room. Second room, and we got the overmind. So we first have 15 seconds invulnerability timer. Let's just wait until we are out of that blue cloud before I move, because there are so many target painters here. And it looks like as those 2 spark drones are coming close. This tells me the overmind is also coming close, making it actually very easy. In some cases the overmind follows one of those drone frigates and then it will actually come very close. Not kill those frigates yet. So just gonna keep those 2 sparks alive, but I'm killing the plate forger and the fog caster. And now I switch to the overmind. Yeah, in some cases the battleships, they follow one of those frigates and then it is very easy. This can also happen in the Karen room, and there's an Ephialtes Lancer. Then Karen sometimes approaches it and also comes close. And so it happens in Leshek rooms if there's a drone frigate. Then some of the Lesheks come close. This is why you do not kill those spark needle drones at the beginning of those rooms, because if I destroyed them, then the overmind would start pulling rage. So I keep them alive till the battleship is gone. But this doesn't always happen, just sometimes. Also, have you seen the video about the new HUD or HUD or what you call it? Have you checked that out yet? Like this thing there, they want to change this. mine is about to go down. Let's approach the loot. Then we go to the last room. And we get Angel. Hello, Miso. First Cinnamon down, let's go for the second one. Hello, Buck 7. And in this run we made 235 million. Yes, a series of streams with the mic are happening right now. Love it. Yeah, then enjoy the next, this and the next 4 streams. They will all be with the mic.
Unlock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Unlock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
We need some new gleam crystals. They were broken while fighting the Overmind.
Antrieb aktiv.
And we got 4 Marshall. But we spawn far away from them. So we're just going to pull rage from them. At that range they can't hit me. So now you're over 80 kilometers away, and at that range their missiles do not do any damage. They only have like 70 kilometer range, but with that we can just kill those frigates first and then move back towards them. Because there are a lot of marker and they use target painters, which means that then the battleships will hit easier. That's already Aurora. Start shooting those marshals. First gonna kill that trainer, then the rest. Stormbringer and a Skybreaker that will help with some extra DPS. Last Marshal down. Let's shoot the Stormbringer. Then the Skybreaker. Just gonna take the drugs before going into the next room because they're just about to expire. 5 seconds left. let's go into the second room. Yeah, we get Kikimoras and Drekavax. So there are just 3 of them. We just put 2 reps on the tank Retribution. So as you're already close to the loot, we just gonna take it first. Just grab it, glory. And I really want an unstable glory BPC. I just keep range on one of those Dracovax, so that, because they have so bad tracking that very minimal transversal towards them is enough. And hello Ratzak. There is no raffle up at the moment. Last room, you get Devoted Knights. try to move against their orbit to maximize transversal on those cruisers. Hello, I'm fine. Why is everyone typing raffle even though there is no raffle running right now? It's nice to hear your progress. Yeah, I'm doing some streams with the mic this week and next week. Cargo is full again, of course, nice. I have to leave back loot. We made 184 million.
Active. Unlock Erlaubnis verbieten. Unlock Erlaubnis erteilt.
Yeah, but it was already at the gate, so I just had to move it back to grab it. Yeah, but if it was next to the can, I would have used it. Crystals, a new filament, and he can go to the next site.
From asteroids to ice, we bring only the finest resources to you.
In some cases you can use the loggy for excess cargo if it would still be at the gate. We start with Angel. It's an easy one with just 2 Cinnaballs and ton of frigates. Graphite Lodge? Yeah, that's actually not a bad glory. Well, in that room, just orbit them close, shoot them, not much that can go wrong. I don't forget the fits for this. I think there should be in the Discord. You actually have to scroll up a lot. There should be some fleets where I have the electrical fits. And actually for electrical I use pulse and beam, not double beam. But I can check after the stream, because I'm sure that I have them, that there are some electrical frigates in the Discord linked. Our double beam is today in Firestorm. In electrical I usually use pulse and beam. Yeah, set for today in the Firestorms that they use double beam. Actually, this is the room that will cause a timeout in T6. If you get this one 3 times. Let's go to the last. Oh, and we get 7 Kikimoras, which means in this room, actually wait until the Kikimora's yellow box before regrouping. In this case we have to use all reps on the tank Retribution. And actually as the Demevics are coming close, Kikimoras will also come close. We're just going to stop in a place. We can actually use Gleam here. Actually, just like the drone battle cruisers, the Kikimoras do not switch targets. This makes it very important that you wait until the Kikimora's yellow box your tank Retribution before moving. Because afterwards there is no way how you can draw the aggro from them to another ship. This is very important. All the reps of the Deacon on the tank Retribution, like you have all 3 of them on tank Retribution and attack them fine. 3. Deacon has 3 reps, but if there would be more Kikimoras, then I can also use the rep of the auto Retribution on the tank Retribution as well to get a little bit more tank as well. Currently there are no drops on as far as I know. Or are there? I actually see the drop icon. Oh no, it's just that audible premium whatever thing. I think they do drops again next week for the Koldavi Union Day. This side we made 206 million. Yeah, that's really nice. Actually, sometimes you can even make over 1 billion if you get those glorified unstable blueprints. Yeah, those glorified unstable, they are worth a lot.
Andock-Erlaubnis verbieten. Andock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
So, no broken crystals. Let's grab some filaments and get back into the abyss. Yes, I use Evo Preview. Actually, Evo Preview is a legal tool that you can use. Yeah, Evo Preview is fine. Like, it just allows you to switch to other clients and not like send inputs to other clients or so. So Evo Preview is fine. Yeah, it is actually not that easy to set the scene up that you can see the other clients as well. Yeah, maybe I can try that at some point. We got another full Kikimora room. Again with 7. Again we wait until the Kikimora's yellow box before we hit the regroup. And this time there are also 2 starving Demavics and they have to go first. Anyways, this side 500 mil. Well, we're gonna see, maybe. from T5 to T6. Actually, it is so that Overmind and Karen do around 20% more DPS and have more EHP. And in the other rooms there are about, let's say, 20% or so more rats. But it is so with the Duality and Deacon, if you get 3 times the Deep Watcher room in T6, you will run out of time. Actually, that nebula is one of those effect clouds that spawn in the abyss. Actually, this cloud doesn't affect armor ships, but if you were shield tagged, it will increase the capacitor use of shield booster if you are inside that red cloud. Thanks Onkel Dittmeier for the subscription. Easy room. You can just approach cache and chill basically. Servers, why they are so nice and close here, that they don't just burn away randomly. Reset the reactive hardener. Maybe kill that last upholder. Another room where we can basically just chill. Yeah, shoot the frigates with the tank Retribution, and the other character is shooting the cruiser to clear the room a little bit more efficiently. We made 167 million. So, I would say we are going to do one more site and then we will do the final raffle.
Warp anti active. Unlock-Erlaubnis erbeten. Unlock-Erlaubnis erteilt.
No broken crystals. Alright. Let's get ready for the last abyss of today.
Warp anti aktiv.
Well, another room where we can just approach cache and chill. And thanks for the 5 bits, Onkel Dietmeier. server is gone as well. Not always there are rooms where you have to kite. For example, also in Karen room you do not want to go straight for the cache or the overmind. And there are also rooms where you have to keep your speed up, because otherwise you die, especially the martial room. Actually, this strategy is only viable for the sleeper, cruiser and Ephialtes room, and sometimes the angel room as well. But there are other rooms where you have to pay attention to your speed or actually kite, so it is not always go to the cache and sit there. Just for sleeper cruises and Ephialtes most of the time. And there are even cases where in the sleeper cruiser room you cannot go directly to the cache, for example if there are a lot of newts there, or if there's a speed cloud around the cache. But most of the time in sleeper cruise and Ephialtes you can just hit approach on the cache. And we got 6 tracker wax. First we're gonna dunk that Kikimora. Just keep at range that leader. I think you can also know that you have to keep at range, because otherwise you will be out of range from this one. And then we try to get past that one so that the whole group will then just turn around towards the gate. Let's get past that Drekavac. Switch to keep at range. We make sure that those don't get past me, so in that case then they will move towards the gate afterwards. So now number 6 took the lead. Just keep at range and try to drive it back towards the gate. Yeah, you can actually drive NPCs around the room in some cases, like this Dracovac. just one wrecker back, we can already turn off the reactive. Okay, we got some enforcers and pacifiers, but no marshal. It's actually interesting. This means in this case we can actually go straight to the cache. We kill the pacifier first, because they have a small unit, and those small units are much more dangerous than the units from the enforcer. Also have the DPS of the Stormbringer that helps a little bit with the cruiser. Yes, also in electricals you have to be mindful about newts. But in electricals it is actually different, that rats that have a long newt cycle time, like the starving Vedmex, are less of an issue, but those with short newt cycle times like starving Damavix and so on, they are still very dangerous in electricals, because once your cap is empty they can keep your cap empty. So we made 240 million ISK in this run.
Warp anti-active.
Yeah, guaranteed death row mainly. And as the T6 Firestorm filaments have become quite expensive actually. Anyway, let's drop off the loot. And we are about to set up the... Yeah, Lesheks are dangerous, but also the Vedmek room is also very dangerous. So let's set up the raffle. So we are 67, which means 145 million ISK. We're gonna draw in around 4 minutes. And this is the loot of today, around 3.5 billion. So we will draw in around 2 minutes. Also, those watching on YouTube, the raffle only takes place on Twitch.
Are you ready for a brighter future through better odds? Brought to you by President Agard and the Automated Industry for Democracy Act NYC 125.
90 seconds on the raffle. So 50 seconds left. Twenty seconds. Five seconds. And the time is up. Raffle closes. Good luck, everyone. And Rexenator TV1, congratulations. So, and that was it for today. Before we are going to rate that guy Toxic, join my Discord to not miss when I will be on again, which is Saturday, for some low-sec PvP action. And also the end of the month giveaway for August will take place on Discord and not on stream like in the past. It will be a Poverty Dealer and a Mysterious Tango. I'm gonna set them up tomorrow, somewhere during the day. They will be in the Discord this time. Also, when you buy stuff on the Marquee Dragon or the Eve store, remember to use the code GUSTAV. It helps the channel and you get a 3% discount on Marquee Dragon. There is currently a Black sale going on, and I just saw in the launcher that FC also started some sales in the new Eden store. Like MCT 30% off and Skill Boost bundles 50% off. So actually, if you want to make use of them to stack those deals up, now is a good time to do that. Also comment this video with your character name for a chance to get an Outrider Media Miasma skin. This giveaway will probably close next week on Thursday when I set up the next one for the September skin. And check out the arena stuff that FC should bring back. And thanks for following Rexenator TV. Anyway, thank you for hanging out, and I hope to see you as soon as Saturday for some PvP in low-sec. Thank you for hanging out and see you